is not injecting the integrity headers.
Only use level 3. Disposition, you can enforce the policy with content security policy, or you can just do report only, like not enforced, with content security policy report only. And why not make it visual? I don't know if you know like how the conference web page looks like in and out. I'm going to use that as an example a lot here in this talk. To the left, there's an enforced policy. And the enforced policy is font source none, which means load no fonts whatsoever. And you might recognize this as a Chrome default font, because that's what it's showing when it's not allowed to load any other fonts. So that's what happens, like stuff breaks on your page. And there's also an error in the console when this happens. On the right side, it's content security policy report only. Also font source none, but it looks just like we expect, because it's not enforced. It's just the report only. Normally, you would also add a reporting directive here, so you could actually get the report about this violation. But you can also see it in the console. Add a reporting directive here, unenforced. Also font source none, but on the right side, it's content security policy report only. Also font source none, but it looks just like we expect, because it's not enforced. It's just the report only. Normally, you would also add a reporting directive here, so you could actually get the report about this violation. But you can also see it in the console. We get an error, which isn't really an error, but like, yeah, it would be an error if we had enforced it. That's why it says report only. On the one, it's the beginning of the console area there, it says report only. It does not on this one. In CSP, there are a lot of directives, and the directives go into different classes, except one that doesn't. Because there are also some things that are just thrown into CSP because, yeah, why not? We tried to define something and didn't really take off, so we'll just put it into CSP. Upgrade insecure requests, down there, that's one of them. Means if there is an insecure request, like HTTP, make it secure, HTTPS. Also the iframe sandbox thing. So it's also a directive in CSP. But the main thing here is the fetch directives. That's where we'll focus. That's about the sources on a web page, and that's typically what we want to restrict. But there's, of course, a lot of other cool stuff here. So I talked a bit about the fallbacks and what happened when we had default source and style source. So all the fallbacks, here they are. For instance, if you don't implement worker source in the other class, it will first go to child source. If that isn't implemented, it will go to script source. And if that isn't implemented either, it will go to default source. So like everything here that has, or at least in the fetch, that doesn't have or isn't implemented, it'll eventually go to default source. Now, this isn't everything, of course. I've left some space here. So script source and style source, they can be split into elements and attributes. Actually, the specification says don't do this if you don't have a use case for it. But it's really useful in the reports to see is this an element or an attribute or is another type of element. Now you might wonder, what does fall under the different directives? So I put that up here. The blue are tags and the orange are script constructs. So yeah, I don't expect you to remember. There won't be a test on this. And if there's something new, something which isn't defined today, where would that go? Well, it would most likely be sending or receiving data. And that would be connect source. So if there's something that isn't defined, it will default to connect source. And if that connect source isn't implemented, it will go to default source. And also, experimental directives. There's been like a few directives that have come and go in CSP. These aren't actually part of the draft specification, but they're implemented in Chromium. They're quite cool, but I won't be covering them, unfortunately. Don't have time. So that was the directives, and now the sources. Sources for most of the directives. So the most important ones, self and none. None is kind of easy. It's like an explicit way of making an empty list. Then you have self, which is almost the same origin, but it's not. It's the same origin and upgrades. So if you're on HTTP, it's also HTTPS. And also, if you're on a non-default port, it includes the default port for that scheme. And then you can take host sources. So you can take a host, but you can also add the scheme, you can add the path, or you can add the port, or you can add all of them or more of them. We also have scheme sources. These are very broad. So if you really want to restrict something with your CSP, maybe you shouldn't use them. But in some cases, yeah, it makes sense to use these. And then scripts and styles take some additional sources. You see a lot of things that are called unsafe here. And there's a reason for that, and I'll try to explain it a bit. There's something here in top right, report sample. This will send the 41st characters of a script or style in a violation report, which can be really neat. if you need to locate something. So I'll go into a bit more depth on all of these later. So the different keywords, hashes, nonces, and some other script keywords. I'll come back to them. Hashes, nonces. And some other script keywords. I'll come back to them. If you read about CSP, it will seem like you can do this in two ways. You can set it as a response header, or you can set it as a meta tag. Well, the meta tag is more restricted than the response header. And setting it as a meta tag is pretty much like walking out in the streets of Oslo today without winter shoes and proper clothing. You'll only do it for a short time, and you see very few other people doing it. So, likely response header, and yeah, there's different ways you can set the response header. So I listed like the most typical ones here. And which one should you choose? Well, I think it depends on who's going to update your header and how quickly does it need to be updated. But maybe more importantly, does your CSP need to be dynamic? That would call for going to the right. And also, do you want your CSP to be in your tests, in your dev and test environment? That should also push it to the right. Now, these are the ways that you set a header. But now I'll show you a different way of setting a header, which you may or may not know about, which is very good when you're starting to develop a policy. So let's work with the NDC security webpage, the tickets page. And if you are in a Chromium browser, which you need for this, there is something here. Might be hard to see the tooltip, but it says override header. And if you click this, well, the very first time you might have to define the folder and accept that folder to be used. Yeah, but yeah, you'll get through that. Then you get this add header. You can modify one of these headers, or you can add another header. So what I'll do here is I will start typing content security policy. And if I make any mistakes, just call it out immediately if you can. You don't need to spend time on debugging. So I'll start with a very strict CSP. Default source, none. Now we'll reload the page, and we get the 1996 feeling. We really killed our web page, which is too bad. So we'll need to allow a few more sources. Now, when we started overriding headers, Chrome created this file inside a folder with the host. So it's this headers file. So first, I'll just make sure I have this copied. And here is, we can work in this file. Instead of having to go into the network tab and find the header, just work in this file. It's so much easier. You can just flip the windows back and forth. So now I say that in addition to default source none, we accept the same origin for images, scripts, styles, fonts, and connect. That's like data sending and receiving. So we'll save that one, and then we'll reload the page. And did I tell you that you can kill your page with CSP? You can kill it big time. So we need to save it, and my experience tells me that this is because some script is trying to access some style which is blocked. Maybe I should even try to take a look at that. Let's look at it in the console. Refuse to apply inline style. I bet there could be more of those. Yeah. Okay, I'll make this bigger. Refuse to apply inline style. So let's add, where was I? Unsafe inline. And let's see if something works better. Oh, it's working a lot better. That's good. Still, we can't buy tickets anymore because there's a few more errors we need to resolve. So let's now just walk through the console errors, and we might have to do this, or we will have to do this iteratively, because once we, for instance, allow this script, guess what? Another script will run, and then another script maybe, or it'll try to send data somewhere. So the browser is very kind, and it's telling us that there's an inline script, and here's a hash that will allow this script to run, because it's a hash of that script. So I will add that here, and here's another one. This is a rabbit hole. I can add this one, then I immediately, next round, have to add 4 more hosts. And I don't know what this is for. And you should make the same, like, ask the same.
Right, it doesn't give me a hash. Oh, I see. What if I just do... What if I do this for now? Hold on. And then... I don't think I have an inline script. Besides, it wouldn't even... It wouldn't even... Well, what? Anyway, okay, I don't know.
Main question when you're working with this, like, do we really need this? Because this appeared on the page like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I have no clue what it's for. So we'll skip it because it will take too much time. Refuse to load image. So we'll just scroll down and see if they're all the same host. They are. So we'll just take the host and we'll say that for image source, which is here, we allow all images from that host. And then a few more here, using Sentry, probably for some statistics or something. So we'll allow to connect to Sentry. And they're connecting to Sanity, which seems to be the CDN. That's where at least where all the images came from. So they probably one of their favorite services. And another script. This is for the tickets, registration checkin.no. So I'll add that to script source. And just to save some time, I will also add it to style source because that will come on the next one if I don't do it now. So that's faster. Okay, let's see what happens. First, Google Tag Manager. I'll come back to that one in a minute. The rabbit hole, skip that one. Refuse to connect to static checkin.no, static checkin.no, logging checkin.no. I'm surprised, not app checkin.no yet. Okay, no, there it is, app.checkin.no.
Right, this can get so in a complex multi-service application. It'll get more complex than whatever I'm doing. A little page with one style sheet.
So, 3 different subdomains of checkin.no. I will do that in the simple way and doing the wildcard. So wildcards, let's talk about them. So what I'm doing now, I'm using the asterisk from checkin.no. That will allow any subdomain like API and logging and what was the other one? Yeah, doesn't matter. But it will also allow any like number of subdomains deep. This will not allow checkin.no. So if you use the wildcard dot something, it will not do the main domain. And of course, if you think about the security implications, we can't have checkin.wildcard. But we can use wildcards for ports. And if you just use the wildcard, you need to remember that it is a host wildcard. It's not a scheme wildcard, so some people will say that, well, if you want to allow anything, just insert the asterisk. No, it does not work that way. And yeah, we might even see an example here soon. It's a host, so it's not all schemes. So if there's something...
Oh, I just realized that I'm silly. I could have looked at it, because I just didn't look at it. I was just like, why is it not doing that? But I forgot it's, if I'm on dev, if I'm in a dev environment, it doesn't set. Where is it? Here, look. Okay, now it's got integrity. Actually, I can just copy this. Well, wait a minute. What does this even do? This field. How does that work? I have to figure out how this works. Is it? Wait. Is it really just this? Oh, I could just... Okay, copy. Wait, so that's... Wait, can I just... Wait. Can I just do that? Is that how that works? Is that gonna work? Whoops, what am I typing? Wait, no, I can just do the whole thing, yeah. Can I do that? Where am I? Here? There's no way it's gonna work. This one violates it? How does it? How can that possibly violate it? I literally am pulling it from here. What do I have here? That's all. Are these two different ways of setting the same thing? Oh, because it doesn't minify. It doesn't minify, it doesn't minify, it doesn't minify, that's why. So I have to do this, hold on. Wait a minute. I need to figure out what this does, because maybe I'm wasting my time. And it's entirely not needed. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep watching the YouTube video and come back to it later, but at least I have a lead as to why I was not getting stuff to work and why I don't even need it to set. Maybe I don't need to set that.
Load on a different scheme, it won't load. For paths, because you can also...
No, okay. The CSP is gonna block all style. If I add the hash there, it's only gonna accept that specific hash. Whereas the integrity check inside the link element is only going to accept that link if that hash matches. So, but it doesn't, it's not saying it could only, well, if that specific link is matching against itself, is what that's checking. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a difference.
We'll specify, we strict and specify a path. Like the wildcard character is really the slash. So if you end with a slash, that's like everything inside that folder. If you don't end with a slash, it's that specific file. So, did we save? Let me check. Yes, we saved. Now, does it load? Yeah, it's loading. So we're getting somewhere. But first, Google Tag Manager. This is very common. So I'll cover it a bit more. If you run into Google Tag Manager, you can refer to this page. And by the way, all the resource URLs will be on the final slide, so you don't need to take pictures if you don't want to along the way. This page is very useful. Google has documented it well, how you need to work with Google Tag Manager in case you use Google Analytics or Google Signal or what they're all called. For instance, how to insert the nonce to work with that. And further down, if you use, let's see, if you're in preview mode, then you need to implement these 4 directives with these sources. If you use Google Analytics, it's 3 directives and some sources. But if you use Google Analytics with Google Signals, then you need all of this. So it's a bit more. Then you have to note the last one here, the Google TLD. And if you want to support this around the globe, you will need a lot of different Google domains. They're actually listed here just for convenience, the supported domains. Let's make it a bit bigger. I don't know where you would need Google Cat, but it's 187 different ones. So you might not want to add every single one. Well, depending on like if your service is only in one country, you might only need that one. But also note, it's for image source, but it's also in connect source. So if you want to support it all over the place, 304 hosts to put into your CSP. It's going to be huge. So if you see Google Tag Manager, do it that way. So this is not CSP related. Oh, it's good. It's not CSP related. Oh, refuse to load. That's CSP related. And here it's data URL. So you should not use data URLs for scripts, but for images, it's not that big of a problem. So let's add it here. And if you wonder what it does, what we're missing, it's a plus and minus here. That's coming from that data URL. The rest seems to be okay. So now let's see if we get the plus and minus. I think we're done. You can of course check that the scripts work. Does the menu work? Yes. Can we book tickets? Yes, we can book tickets. So yeah, that's how we can build a policy. And now let's take our policy, take all of it, and we can go to the CSP evaluator. also from Google. This is actually one of the few like parsers that can actually parse it well and like, say something sensible about like how good is this thing really. So I just paste it in here and it will immediately get the results below. So it says for the different directives that it's, most of them are good. It says it's missing required trusted types for, that's one of the experimental ones. So yeah, we didn't do anything about that. Script source, we can expand. And it's saying all good for the hash, which is like one specific script.
CSP evaluator
For the other one, we didn't do anything about it's the different directive thing really. So I just paste it in, from Google.
Paste CSP or URL.
This is actually one of the few like parsers that can actually,
But is it checking against what site?
parse it well and like, say something sensible about like how good is this thing really. So I just paste it in here and it will immediately get the results below.
Or is it just generic? Ooh, this is good. Ooh, this is nice. Ooh, nice. I'm starting to build up a lot of tools into this tools section. Oops. So, I'm gonna have to organize those a little bit deeper.
It says for the different directives that it's, most of them are good. It says it's missing required trusted types for, that's one of the experimental ones. So yeah, we didn't do anything about that. Script source, we can expand. And it's saying all good for the hash, which is like one specific script. For the other ones, it's like, I can't really know. Because there could be bypasses. There are some bypasses. And it's mentioning them here. It's like self can be problematic if you host JSON-P. Because JSON-P endpoints can often reflect script back. So it's like a way of just running script. Old AngularJS libraries are a known bypass. User uploaded files are of course bad. Or could be bad or could suddenly change. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same on registration checking that now. So use to a hash, I grabbed the hash from the console. That was the hash of an inline script. So sometimes it's really easy, you can just grab it, but you shouldn't like have a lot of hashes because you'll probably forget which hash correlates to which script and suddenly you like end up, our scripts changed and now we don't know which hashes we can remove and which should be added. Oh, frustrating. And sometimes the scripts are dynamic and then you'll need to calculate it. And this is how you do it in case you need it. Can be done in a few lines of code. Just take everything that's between the tags, including white space, find UTF-8 representation, hash it, base64 encode it, and put it into your policy. So that's the inline stuff. If there's a file, what you do, well, most people will tell you, download the file and run some hashing tool, or you can just be lazy. You can set an integrity attribute, a dummy one, on the script file that you're downloading or loading on your page. And the browser will very kindly tell you what the right one is when you present it with the wrong one. So this is one way that we can allow scripts and styles. Another way we can allow scripts and styles is a nonce. So a nonce is like just a random value. You add it to the relevant directive, like default source or script or style directive, and then you set that nonce as an attribute for the styles and the scripts. And these have their pros and cons. Let's dive into some more details. For a nonce, you need one for each page load. So caching could cause some trouble here. For the hash, you'll need one for each distinct script. So there could be a lot of them if that's the option you choose. And for NDC security, for all the inline styles, if you didn't want to rewrite them, I think a nonce would be really good because otherwise you'd have like 20 hashes for like really small, likely small inline styles. But the hash will need to be recalculated if it's dynamic. Nonces only work for tags, not for attributes. Hashes.
So you can do the integrity thing. He didn't really, I mean, he touched on it, but he already moved past it. Is that all you need to do? No, you have to add the integrity check. What? I think you still need to add it to this CSP. How do I do this? Is it in here? All resources on this page are served securely.
Just also only work for tags unless you add unsafe hashes.
I want to go back before I continue and rewatch that a few times.
Just for the and put it includes our script of suddenly change. User uploaded files are of course bad, or could be bad, or could suddenly change. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same on registration check-in.nano. So use to a hash. I grabbed the hash from the console. That was the hash of an inline script. So sometimes it's really easy. You can just grab it, but you shouldn't like have a lot of hashes because you'll probably forget which hash correlates to which script, and suddenly you like end up, our script's changed, and now we don't know which hashes we can remove and which should be added. Oh, frustrating. And sometimes the scripts are dynamic, and then you'll need to calculate it. And this is how you do it in case you need it. Can be done in a few lines of code.
Okay, so I wasn't even pulling the, I know you can't see it, but I wasn't even pulling the hash right because there's a whole bunch of other steps. So I wasn't even doing it right. But I can get the actual hash now from here. Assuming I don't change the style sheets. Which I'm not changing this. So don't change those.
Just take everything that's between the tags, including white space, find UTF-8 representation, hash it, base64 encode it, and put it into your policy. So that's the inline stuff. If there's a file, what you do, well, most people will tell you, download the file and run some hashing tool, or you can just be lazy. You can set an integrity attribute. Most people will tell you, download the file and run some hashing tool.
Okay, so you can just download the file and run a hashing tool on the file. Oh, that's for inline. That's for inline. Duh. So I don't have to worry about that. You just hash the file. Okay, yeah, no, I was being retarded for a moment.
Or you can just be lazy. You can set an integrity attribute, a dummy one, on the script file.
Oh, instead of hashing it, this is how you would get it. Okay. I don't really know how. I don't know. Hashing the file would be pretty easy too. So I don't know if it's that much easier, but I guess if you're already working in the terminal, okay.
You're downloading or loading on your page, and the browser will very kindly tell you what the right one is when you present.
So hold on, where am I at? 2855. I want to see where he went into the browser.
You not know about, which is very good when you're starting to develop a policy. So let's work with the NDC security webpage, the tickets page. And
oh, network header. What? Where do I get headers? Wait, what is this? Network all. Oh, I gotta click on it. I gotta click on something. What does he have selected? Oh, tickets. Wait, so what's going on? What is this? So this is extension stuff injected. There's also injected. I checked. This was from these guys. Strict origin when cross origin. Do not track DNT, is that what that is?
And if you are in a Chromium browser, which you need for this, there is something here. Might be hard to see the tooltip, but it says override header.
X powered by? Where do you even get that? There is no X powered by. Where do you get this? Oh, here. Maybe. I have to look into the strict origin when cross origin. Refer. Is this supposed to be spelled wrong, right? Is that the... No, this one's actually spelled right. Referrer policy response header. Referrer policy response header controls how much referrer information sent with the referrer header should be included with requests. Aside from the HTTP header, you can set this policy in HTML. No referrer when downgrade, origin when cross origin, same origin, strict origin when cross origin. No referrer. The referrer header will be omitted. Sent requests do not include any referrer information. This is what I want. Send the origin path. Send the origin path, the query string, in referrer when the protocol security level stays the same or improve. Oh, anyway, origin, send only the origin in the referrer header. For example, a document at page/page.html will send the referrer as this. Okay. Origin when cross origin. When performing same origin request to the same protocol level, HTTP to HTTP or HTTPS to HTTPS, send the origin, path, and query string. When it's same origin request, okay? Send only the origin for cross origin requests and requests to less secure door, okay? Makes sense. Same origin. Send the origin path and query string for same origin requests. Don't send the refer header for cross origin requests. Send only the origin when the protocol security level stays the same. Don't send the refer header to less secure destinations. I want to send it none at all. Strict origin when cross origin default. Okay. Send the origin path and query string when performing same origin request. For cross origin requests, send it all when it's the same origin. For cross origin requests, send it to origin only when the protocol security level stays the same. Don't send the refer header to less secure destinations. I want to send it none at all. And so let's do implementation. You can set the policy in HTML. You can set the refer policies inside HTML. For example, you can set the refer policy for the entire document with meta element name of refer. You can specify the refer policy attribute on these elements to set refer policies for individual requests. Alternatively, you can set no refer link relation on elements. Oh, relation. Okay, so I do have that on the CSS. Cross origin? No, cross origin. Anonymous. Cross-origin request with an origin HTTP header is performed with no credentials sent, no cookie, no certificate, or basic authentication. If server does not give credentials to the origin site, setting the access control allow origin HTTP header. Use credentials. If the attribute is not present, the resource is fetched without a CORS request. That is, without sending the origin HTTP header, preventing its non-tainted usage. If invalid, it is handled as if enumerated keyword anonymous was used. See CORS setting attributes. I'm gonna have to look into that. Let me add that to the to-do. Look, research CORS for CSS.html partial where the cross origin attribute is set to anonymous. Yeah, basically research what that is. I'm gonna add that to the to-do list so I don't get taken away. I'm gonna stick to what I'm doing right now. I do have this on stuff. What do I have that on then? Actually, let me go back to this. Integrity and cross origin. JavaScript cross origin. Cross origin anonymous. So I have a lot of cross origin stuff. I don't know what that really is. It would be good to look into that. Oh, I did this the new way. Oh, I was able to successfully refactor it. So I can delete all this, kind of, basically. head? No, I don't know where I saw the no referrer stuff. I want to set it on the whole site. You can set it on specific things, or just set it for the whole site in a meta tag. And that's what I want to do. Head. And I don't even need to use a partial. Why would I do that? Let me just add it in here. What is it? Name equals refer content equals no dash. Wait, what? Oh, it uses a dash, okay, in the meta. You can set it in why? How come it's not called referrer policy? It's just called referrer, not referrer policy. Oh, I see. This way for the entire document in meta tag, otherwise referrer policy in these tags. I can avoid basically all of this if I just put it in the meta tag, which is what I'm doing. Okay, I'll just... Nice, okay. So let me add a note. Implemented a referrer policy document wide by setting a meta tag direct with a no referrer directive. That's for privacy purposes. Okay, so that's good. That's another thing I can add. So now I don't have to worry about any sort of referrer stuff. That's good to add. Cool. Okay. Nice. Oh, it's just okay. I just go with that. Where was I coming from? Here. This referrer policy. Okay. So this should change. Let me add a note to check this because I know I'm gonna invariably forget. Verify in production by, oh, it's at the top here. Select a folder to store override files. I see. Oh, that's exactly what I can do now. So I'll get to this. Okay, that's good. Then I know that that's there. So verify and prod by checking. What do I do? I'll do inspect. Inspect element, then go to network. Click the domain. And then it should be general referrer policy should be no referrer. Also check response headers. I guess I don't know if that has that. Oh, X content options, is that what it's supposed to be that I'm looking for? Anyway, okay, nice. That's good. Okay, good. Nice. A couple successes here so far. I'm gonna wanna check that. Now let's do this.
And if you click this, well, the very first time you
strict transport security. Yes, I do have this strict transport security. That includes subdomains, no max age. Should probably research that. Research whether to set max age on HSTS. Can verify by inspect element network headers. Headers, response, headers. Do you guys want to see what I'm doing here? Okay, maybe not. Response headers. Well, that's blocking everything, so maybe not that way. Strict transport security, okay. Strict transport security. Ooh, I should add that. What did I do? 'Cause I don't have that here. I'm trying to jot down notes because it's going to be useful for my project page. Ooh, I could add a project page to this. Because I was thinking, I was going to do a post for like how to set and then check HSTS on Cloudflare, like little beginner posts or whatnot. But if I all just put into a project page and just put everything in there, then that would actually be better. I think I'm gonna do that.
we might have to define the folder and accept that folder to be used. Yeah, but and if you click this, there is something here. Might be hard to see the tooltip, but it says override header. And if you click this, well, the very first time you might have to define the folder and accept that folder to be used. Yeah, but yeah, you'll get through that. Then you get this add header. You can modify one of these headers, or you can add another header. So what I'll do here is I will start typing. Content security policy. And if I make any mistakes, just call it out immediately if you can. You don't need to spend time on debugging. So I'll start with a very strict when you web page, the tickets page. And if you are in a Chromium browser, which you need for this, there is something here. You have to define the folder and acceptify one security. So I'll start with a very strict CSP. Default source, none. Now we'll reload the page, and we get the 1996 fielding. Really killed our headers. Chrome created this file inside. Now, Chrome created this file inside a folder with the host, writing headers. Chrome will need to allow a few more sources. Now, when we started overriding, we'll need to switch, and we get the default source, none. Now we'll reload the page, and we get the 1996 feeling. Really killed our web page, which is too bad. So we'll need to allow a few more sources. Now, when we started overriding headers, Chrome created this file inside a folder with the host, so it's this headers file. So first I'll just make.
Okay, well, no. Because where? I mean, they created this.
Sure, I have this copied. Inside a folder. We started overriding headers. Chrome.
Oh, they did. It's hidden. What is my shortcut for this? There we go.
Chrome created this file inside a folder with the host, so it's this headers file. So first I'll just make sure I have this copied. And here is, we can work in this file. Instead of having to go into the network tab and find the header, just work in this file. It's so much easier. You can just flip the windows back and forth. So now I say that in addition to default source none, we accept the same origin for images, scripts, style.
Okay. But before I do, let me look at this. Is this... Okay, anyway.
Fonts and connect, that like data sending and receiving. So we'll save that one.
Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. Totally makes sense. I think I'm just gonna have it as self until I need to allow specific things. But for now, self would be good. Would we have it self? Yeah.
And then we'll reload the page. And did I tell you that?
Oops, I was muted. I have no JavaScript, so obviously it's gonna work. I've got self-loading style sheet or self-origin, like same origin style sheet. So everything's just being self will work. Maybe not for this complex stuff
You can kill your
where you have to use other things, and probably in the future I'll have to change this.
page with CSP. You can kill it big time. So we need to save it, and my experience tells me that this is because some script is trying to access some style which is blocked. Maybe we should even try to take a look at that. Let's look at it in the console. Refuse to apply inline style. I bet there could be more of those. Yeah. Okay, I'll make this bigger. Refuse to apply inline style. So let's add, where was I? Unsafe inline. And let's see if something works better. Oh, it's working a lot better. That's good. Still, we can't buy tickets anymore because there's
Well, you don't want to do unsafe inline.
a few more errors we need to resolve. So
Oh, he's gonna fix that with the okay.
let's now just walk through the console errors, and we might have to do this, or we will have to do this iteratively, because once we, for instance, allow this script, guess what? Another script will run, and then another script maybe, or it'll try to send data somewhere. So the browser is very kind. It's telling us that there's an inline script, and here's a hash that will allow this script to run, because it's a hash of that script. So I will add that here, and here's another one. This, and it's telling us that there's an inline script, and here's a hash that will allow this. So the browser is very kind. It's telling us that there's an inline script, and here's a hash that will allow this script to run, because it's a hash of that script. So I will add that here, and here's another one. This is a rabbit hole. I can add this one, then I immediately next round have to add 4 more hosts, and I don't know what this is for. And you should make the same, like ask the same question when you're working with this. Like, do we really need this? Because this appeared on the page like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I have no clue what it's for. So we'll skip it because it will take too much time. Refuse to load image. So we'll just scroll down and see if they're all the same host. They are. So we'll just take the host, and we'll say that for image source, which is here, we allow.
Wait a minute. Hold on. What is all this? Oh, this is an injection from the extension, so that's fine. Error with permissions, policy header, unrecognized feature, attribution reporting, private aggregation. Okay, I don't like any of this stuff. I'm gonna have to specify a permissions policy header. But this is to be expected. Yeah, so as I said, so I was correct. Everything's loading. Hold on, wait. No, let me just stay on this page. Well, on this page specifically, I don't have anything. I should be testing on a different page. Well, no, because I already tested the other thing. Dang, I was supposed to be testing on the style guide page. Is it gonna save? Oh, because it's under here. Okay, that makes sense. What on earth? Oh, everything disappeared. Bruh, what? Where did it go? Did I actually exit it? Oh wait, I could just open it anyway. Here. Wait a minute. Okay, so look, this is testing this. And we paste this, but also... Oh, okay, it is on none. Okay, good. So now save. Now let's see what we got. Where's... What happened to... Oh, this. Yes, there we go. Okay, so no issue is really this. So basically, eventually I'll be able to enable JavaScript on here pretty simply.
All images from that host. And then a few more here, using Sentry, probably for some statistics or something. So we'll allow to connect to Sentry. And they're connecting to Sanity, which seems to be the CDN. That's where, at least where all the images came from. So they probably one of their favorite services. And another script. This is for the tickets, registration checkin.no. So I will add that to script source. And just to save some time, I will also add it to style source, because that will come on the next one if I don't do it now. So that's faster. Okay, let's see what happens. First, Google Tag Manager. I'll come back to that one in a minute. The rabbit hole, skip that one. Refuse to connect to static checkin.no, static checkin.no, logging checkin.no. I'm surprised, not app checkin.no yet. Okay, no, there it is, app.checkin.no. So, 3 different subdomains of checkin.no. I will do that in the simple way and doing the wildcard. So wildcards, let's talk about them. So what I'm doing now, I'm using the asterisk from checkin. It's not these sources. I don't know. You can of course check actually one of the few like parsers that can actually parse it well and like, say something sensible about like how good is this thing really. So I just paste it in here and that will immediately get the results below. So it says for the different directives that it's, most of them are good. It says it's missing required trusted types for, that's one of the experimental ones. So yeah, we didn't do anything about that. Script source, we can expand. And it's saying all good for the hash, which is like one specific script. For the other ones, it's like, I can't really know. Because it could be bypasses. There are some bypasses. And it's mentioning them here. It's like self can be problematic if you host JSON-P. Because JSON-P endpoints can often reflect script back, so it's like a way of just running script. Old AngularJS libraries are known bypass. User uploaded files are of course bad, or could be bad, or could suddenly change. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same on registration checkin.no. So uso a hash, I grabbed the hash from the console. That was the hash of an inline script. So sometimes it's really easy, you can just grab it, but you shouldn't like have a lot of hashes because you'll probably forget which hash correlates to which script, and suddenly you like end up, our scripts changed and now we don't know which hashes we can remove and which should be added. Oh, frustrating. And sometimes the scripts are dynamic, and then you'll need to calculate it. And this is how you do it in case you need it. Can be done in a few lines of code. Just take everything that's between the tags, including white space, find UTF-8 representation, hash it, base64 encode it, and put it into your policy. So that's the inline stuff. If there's a file, what you do, well, most people will tell you download the file and run some hashing tool, or you can just be lazy. You can set an integrity attribute, a dummy one, on the script file that you're downloading or loading on your page. And the browser will very kindly tell you what the right one is when you present it with the wrong one. So this is one way that we can allow scripts and styles. Another way we can allow scripts and
Oh, okay, I know. Now I can test the hash. I can test the hash. I had it set to self, so obviously automatically approved, but if I only want to use those two, nothing else that might get injected onto my site, which is like, I mean, without JavaScript, it's like I'm not too worried about it, but when I do use JavaScript, I'll probably implement the same method. Okay, so I want to test now. I don't want. Well, let me do this. Script none. Save that. Blocked script. Although it was already blocked because I had it set this to self, and these are not self, right? This should still be blocked. Why? Oh, this is so terrible. Oh, here, issues. Okay, so on my site, not gonna allow it. Which is fine, but on other side, okay, yeah. Good. Okay, so that can be self. But also better if none, because I literally have none right now. And that's not breaking anything, it seems like. Okay, now if I do style, none. That should break everything here. Okay, now what I want. Is in here. Set these guys. Where they at? Take these two. forgot to put single quotes. Save, refresh. Oh, come on. This is a problem now. Why am I getting different hashes? If I download... Where did I get these from? Wait, where did I just copy these from? Oh, here. Is it not supposed to be these? It's literally this, dot unified. Why is that not working? I have them right here, the hashes. How do I add it to an HTTP header? How do you actually add it to a header? Because I don't, where are the headers? I only have it in a meta tag. Style source element. What is style source element? Okay, so it's not going to give me it, so let me physically download this, because there's no way I'm unable to actually hash. What is it, desktop? Let's just do desktop. No, this is a log. I don't want the log, I want the actual file. Yes. This is what I want. Nice. Where did I save it? Hold on, where did I save it? No. What is this? Get out of here. Tor. Where did I save this at? Here? Where did I save you? Desktop. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. So now let me shard this bad boy. Oh, the hash is in the file name. What on earth? Is it actually this, bro? No, it's not. Nothing could work, bro. What am I doing? I don't even understand what I'm doing. I mean, I think I understand it, but clearly it's not working, so... Shot of that gives me this. Why is that a thing that's not working? I'm literally downloading the file and hashing it. How can it not work? I literally hashed the direct file. What kind of...
Styles is a nonce. So a nonce is like just a random value. You add it to the relevant directive, like default source or a script or style directive, and then you set that nonce as an attribute for the styles and the scripts. And these have their pros and cons. Let's dive into some more details. For a nonce, you need one for each page load. So caching could cause some trouble here. For the hash, you'll need one for each distinct script. So there could be a lot of them if that's the option you choose. And for NDC security, for all the inline styles, if you didn't want to rewrite them, I think a nonce would be really good, because otherwise you'd have like 20 hashes for like really small, likely small inline styles. But the hash will need to be recalculated if it's dynamic. Nonces only work for tags, not for attributes. Hashes also only work for tags unless you add unsafe hashes. And why is that unsafe? Well, it's like an attribute. It could easily be run out of the expected order, like doing a transaction where you don't expect a transaction and stuff like that. So what I have shown you is like a host-based way of allowing different sources, where we did the keyword self. We could do example.com. We could do, as you saw, we had different host names, and that was how we built most of the directives. I didn't show nonce, but I just talked about it, showed you a hash. So these are different ways you can do it. But then there's also a totally different way of approaching this for scripts. This is scripts only, and that's using the keyword strict dynamic. If you add this keyword, and it's a CSP level 3 browser, which all of them are now, it will disregard self and all the hosts and all the schemes and just work with nonces and scripts. And why would you do that? Well, it could be that you don't really trust like the sources, like a host, because you know there's a JSONP endpoint, or you know there is like on the same host we serve client scripts. Then you can say, well, only the scripts that we specifically allow with a nonce or a hash should be loaded. But the good thing here is that also all the scripts that they load themselves will also be allowed. So if you do it in the correct way in green, like you create an element, set it to a script, and append it to the DOM, that script will be included. It will be allowed. So, but don't write another script tag, because that won't be allowed. So, bit of a recap here. Different types of URLs and what's allowed. So, for most of the directives, except when we're working with scripts and styles, we're working with scheme source and host source, and mostly host source. And for a regular URL, like something on HTTPS, you see you can use all of these where applicable. When it comes to data URLs and blob URLs, it's a bit more restricted. We had some inline stuff, and what do you do about that? The best thing to do is to move it to a file, rewrite it if necessary, and then move it out to a file. and not work with at least a lot of inline styles and scripts. There is something you can do, as you see to the right there, you can do unsafe inline. And there's a reason it's called unsafe. And if you want to have a CSP protecting you from cross-site scripting, if you do unsafe inline, but also a data scheme, then you won't have any protection, really. You see Scott back here. He has written a blog post about can you get pawned with CSS, where he's arguing that for styles, it's not the same threat. There are some threats, but they are on a totally different level. It's not like scripts. So avoid unsafe inline for scripts, because you're just wasting your time writing a CSP, but allowing inline script. So if you set a script directive, it will by default block all inline style, but it will also block dynamic string evaluation. So if you have eval, new function, set timeout, set interval, and the first parameter is a string, it will try to evaluate that string and run it as code. And that is, of course, dangerous. So you should try to rewrite that code. But it's, of course, in some third party, so it's really hard. So you could do unsafe eval, but don't do it. There's also another unsafe related to this. It's WASM unsafe eval if you need to compile WebAssembly. Won't go into detail on that. So we want to prevent XSS, but it turns out sometimes, or actually a lot of times, to be really hard. Mostly due to inline scripts, because there could be legacy code or frameworks that are inserting even dynamic inline scripts. It could be a nightmare. You have a lot of third-party code which is not CSP compliant. There could also be eval in all these types of code. You could have some really bad sources, just the sheer number or the trustworthiness. And you can have client content, which, do you want your clients to write arbitrary scripts? It's maybe not the best idea. And then you have your public web page, typically done by the marketing department. They have some CMS, like WordPress, a ton of plugins. None of that stuff is really CSP compliant. Frameworks or tell on that.
Alright, I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I gotta rubber duck this because I'm out of, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I need help from somebody. Let's logic through this step by step. Okay. I blocked these. Self works, okay. This is the hash. Oh, I didn't have to do that. Produced inline, like in the code base at build time. That's the hash produced at build time of this file. So this, I don't know why this would not work. Save, refresh, doesn't work. Okay. Where is it? Here. Dude, you gotta help me. I need your help. I'm unstoppable. That's actually true. No one, you're not gonna beat me. Dude. I've been going so hard that at this point I'm just gonna learn all of computer science and software engineering and become a security engineer. I'm just gonna be able to reverse and hack every website at this point. If I just, at this rate, bro, I'm unstoppable. Dude, if I just keep going like this for 3 months straight, I'll be at Google in no time. No. You don't know. I just need a pair programmer. You don't know how to do it, but maybe if our heads can come together. You don't know what I'm doing. I can maybe teach you what I'm doing, and then with your fresh perspective, you can maybe help me. I think that's what we can do. So let me teach you right now what I'm doing. Do you know about content security policies? You know about that kind of stuff? CSPs? Unreal. Ball and start thinking about content security policies, and keep balling on that. Because I'm setting a strict content security policy for my CSS file, and all it needs is a hash. And so I'm passing it the hash of the file, but it's still not working and it's rejecting it. Which is, it's such a simple thing. It's the CSS file. Do you know what a content security policy is? Oh, a little? What about it? Okay. It's so easy. I literally have just been learning about it the past couple of days. It's basically you put this either as, you put this as response headers, or you can put it as a meta tag in a document. But the response headers are preferred. But I'm doing it as a meta tag because I don't know how to add it to the response headers right now. Actually, I didn't even look it up. I've just already been adding it to the meta tag. Anyway, so I'm just basically setting it. It's already working. I have it. I'm just setting the actual policies. So this is just saying the content security policy has a couple different things. Default source, image source, script. So it's just saying where are you allowed to load, or where is this website or document allowed to load a resource from. Okay, so like a script, where can you load scripts from? And you could specify where, from which site, only internally, no scripts at all, externally from this domain, and then you have to list it specifically, or just from any domain. That's not good. This is to enhance security. I've got a CSS sheet, obviously for styling my page, and I want to set the style source. So where is this CSS sheet allowed to come from? So obviously if you set none, no style, no CSS is allowed, then obviously it won't work. From self, which means the origin is going to be from itself. So as long as it's from it's the same domain, or from the same location, same origin, then work. So I saved that to self, and that's going to work, obviously. Okay. And actually this is kind of fine. But if I were doing this with JavaScript, which probably in the future for like scripts, self is probably not good. For style sheets is probably okay, but the better way to do this is actually to do a strict content policy, meaning you get very strict on the JavaScript source. But in my case, I'm trying to do it with style sheet, where you actually specify which file strictly is allowed, rather than just any file. So in order to specify like a strict file, you can do either one via its hash of the file to make sure that it hasn't changed at all, to verify its integrity, and then accept it if it matches the hash, or you can do it via a nonce. I don't know too much about the nonce aspect, but I'm gonna do the hash. Typically you wouldn't do a hash if like you're using scripts and they're changing a lot, and maybe you have a lot of them, like 20 scripts that are going to be small, then hashes would become like not reasonable to manage. But I have 2 style sheets, and like that's fine, that's no problem. So I'm just going to use the 2 style sheets and just use a hash. I'm literally hashing the file. I have the exact hash and it's still not working. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. So you ball on that and try to figure out what could be the problems as to how I can hash this file, get the literal hash for it, and just pass it in here as the hash, because it's going to check, is this hash valid? It's going to hash the style sheet and see, does this match? And if it matches, it should allow. But it's not matching, so that doesn't make any sense. Honestly, I have to actually do, let me read. How to add how to implement CSP. Basically, it helps protect against cross-site scripting, malicious scripts, clickjacking. It can help enforce HTTPS. I have it set up already. It's just I'm trying to specify a stricter policy. Okay, let me see how to add this. So you go ball on that real quick. You ball up with that on your mind. Many different directives you could add. Yeah. Common values. Yeah. I already know about all this. Yeah. Okay. Example 1, prevent iframes. Frame sort. Yeah, okay, I already know all that. Yeah. Test your CSP before. Okay, add it to your HTTP response header. Where do I set a CSP? Okay. What happened in the configuration file? Follow these steps to identify your server and set your CSP for the appropriate environment. Yeah, I think that's why I'm not setting the HTTP response headers, because I don't have access to the server. Like it's hosted on Cloudflare. That's what Cloudflare does. That's what I was thinking. Like if I had an Apache server, I could set it on there, like with IIS manager. But the other way to set it is just on a You can also set it as a meta tag on your document on your website. Do they really, bro? Am I wasting my time? Well, actually, it still wouldn't matter because that's not changing the problem. The problem is the hash is not matching for some reason, which is insane. Give me in this thing. Let me see. Where can I add response headers? I do need hash. What do you mean I don't need hash? I need hash. Yeah, you set the hash in the headers. That's how you set up a strict content security policy. Let's see. Where I don't even know where would I go to do this. It's on compute, workers, and pages. Okay, I have it served via pages. Pages documentation. Okay, let's see. Let me search. CSP. Yeah, just learn how. Yeah, I mean, actually, this is the better way to do it. This is the way that it's recommended. Wait, hold on. Let me use AI to ask why. Why CSP should be set via response headers over meta tag. Those are the two ways you can implement it. Content security policy should be set via HTTP header response headers rather than meta tags for several reasons. HTTP headers provide a more robust and comprehensive way to enforce the security policies, supporting all CSP features, including report-only mode and certain directives that are not available when using meta tags. Oh, also, by the way, what I'm doing here, what I'm doing here is not even anything to do with my meta tags. Like, I'm actually setting the response headers here. I'm testing. This is like a dev. This is like how you test response headers. I'm actually setting the response headers here. This is not emulating meta tags. This is actually the response headers. In the network tab, on this page, I actually have the response headers here that I'm live editing with a text file. So I am testing in this. It's just not working. So it's not even just about setting it up in Cloudflare. Like what I would add to Cloudflare would not work, which doesn't make any sense. Like I'm trying to understand why the hash of the file is not matching the hash of the file, which makes no sense. There's two possible solutions if the hashes are not matched. Is literally it's not the same file. There's some sort of change, and I don't know how that could be possible. And that's the situation, that somehow it's changed. Somehow it's a different file that I'm hashing, that I'm putting in, that it's hashing and is matching against. The 0.00001% chance is the other situation that's possible, and that there's a collision happening, a cryptographic collision, meaning two different files are producing the same thing, which means that I don't know. Why are you doing all that? That's called cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is hardening and protecting technology. If you heard of that before, that's what that is. It's called cybersecurity. It's called security. You protect your technology from attacks, weaknesses, vulnerabilities. That's what that is. That's what that is. It's called cybersecurity. Actually, I'm going to school for it right now, if you didn't know. That's why I'm doing this kind of stuff. Actually, it's so good that I was just thinking, it's so good that I built my website this week, because I've been learning so much about requests and security, and especially with CSPs and just securing a website, that I just would not have learned if I didn't do this project. And then I can do a write-up of this project, put it on like my website or on my resume. Actually, I can put it on my resume and then talk about it. Well, IDK hash in a CSS file sounds like too much in my opinion. How is that too much? Are you retarded, dude? Dude, hashing is this SHA-256 main the file, enter. There's your hash. How is that doing too much? That took a couple seconds. To protect against cross-site scripting, to protect against clickjacking, to protect against a whole bunch of different things. I don't know what you're saying, dude. Control policy and header. Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm adding a policy to the header. And in order to accept the file, it needs to match. It needs to be verified. The integrity needs to check. Well, that's going to be the questions that the CEO is going to be asking. They're going to ask, why is this helpful? It's like, well, because if you get hacked, you're going to lose. The whole business is really going to suffer, and you might lose half your business, and the customer's going to go elsewhere. What's the chance of that happening, though? And then they're going to ask, well, what's the risk assessment? Is there a likelihood? What is the likelihood? You know, and then you have to estimate, well, and they're like, yeah, well, we're not going to get targeted by Vietnam or what am I saying, Vietnam? By North Korean hackers. We're like, well, you might be. And then they'll go like 2 years down, and then they get hacked by North Korean hackers, and then they lose everything, and they're like, why didn't we have any additional? Like, well, because you said it wasn't business viable, you'd rather spend the money. Blah, 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 and things like that. Actually, I'm employing a defense in-depth method, so I've already secured a lot of stuff. Actually, I'm not even allowing scripts on my page right now, but I'm trying to practice this because this is what I'm going to be doing in the future eventually. When I do allow scripts, and I want to be pretty secure on them. The reason why it's helpful is because I can put on my resume that I implemented a strict content security policy. That is why. That's why that's helpful for me. And then I can talk about it. And they'll be like, dang, this guy actually knows what he's talking about, rather than all these other chuds that just did the class and got a credential. But I was like, no, look, I actually was in the trenches with this. I was in the hood, working on this stuff. Anyway, I don't know why it's not working. Let me see. Anyway, additionally, CSP delivered through HTTP headers is enforced before any content is loaded, ensuring maximum security coverage. In contrast, meta tags only apply to content found after the meta tag is processed, which means they may not cover all resources, especially those loaded before the meta tag is encountered. Furthermore, using HTTP headers allows for centralized management of policies, making it easier to enforce consistent security measures across an entire site, whereas meta tags can lead to fragmented and less secure implementations. Yeah, I know, I need to handle it in the headers, but that's what I'm going to do, but that's not the issue. That I'm testing before I add it to the actual live environment. I'm testing my policy to see if it's working, and it's not working. You have to test it. I know you just write code and push to prod, but real people, like real life companies, you write the code, and then you have to typically write a bunch of unit tests or whatnot to validate it. Maybe you have a QA team that's going to test it in a staging environment or a development environment, or actually a specifically dedicated QA environment. You're gonna have that kind of processes before you just get it out there. Yeah, you move fast. Like, what's that company called? T-Spill. They just move fast and don't even upload all these driver's license straight to the database, and then it gets breached. it gets breached and leaked and all the personal data is leaked, yeah, they're gonna face heavy fines. That's gonna put them out of business. Yeah, huge liability. Yeah. So that's the problem. Yeah, that tea app that spilled the tea or something like that got hacked recently. That's one of the craziest, most egregious hacks or data breaches, I should say, that I've seen recently. And that's because I don't file data breaches, so I don't know about the actual good one. But this is really bad. Straight up driver's license leaked. PII just leaked, just completely stored, unencrypted. Is insane. That's insane, dude. These kids that are like Columbia dropouts trying to like vibe code stuff, bro. This is why my job market is exploding so much, because you've got all these AI vibe coding kids dropping out of Columbia, and it's just like and as a cybersecurity person, dude, keep bringing more AI, man. Keep bringing more AI. Keep feeding these kids into boot camps, bro. Into coding boot camps. Open them back up. Come on, open them back up. Keep putting these kids. We gotta start busting these kids out of high school into coding boot camps, like Nazi Germany, bro. Like, we gotta open up these camps for real. Like, these are for real camps. Start busting. We should set up rail lines, round up these kids, throw them onto the train, just pack them in there and send them off to these boot camps. And don't let them get out until they've passed. Until 6 months have passed. Then let them out with the stamp. Put a stamp, give them a shirt with like a stamp that they passed the boot camp, and set them off into the corporations to code. That's what we need. Start rounding them up. So we gotta pump the numbers up. Let's open up these boot camps. Let's start building them up. Let's get railroad lines straight right through the front doors of these boot camps. Round up all the kids, get them in there. Give them a stamp on their shirt to show that they passed, and send them off to the corporations and let them start coding. That's what we need to do. And for me, that's gonna be good as a cybersecurity guy. I mean, it would really mostly apply for application security job titles, but yeah, absolutely great. Dude, yeah, all of them. Let's start busting. Let's get the planes going too. Let's get the planes let's get the cargo ships. Just start busting them into the cargo ships. They can go from the boat straight to the train and just right into the boot camp. You don't even gotta take them out. Fill them up. Fill them up straight from the ship, across the ocean, from all over. Get them everywhere. All of them. Let's start bringing them in. We gotta pump these numbers up. Gotta pump them numbers up, baby. We're at rookie numbers right now. Only three notable students dropped out of Columbia recently to start some vibe coding app. Only 3? Rookie numbers. Pump it up. Only one absolutely egregious PII data breach this first half of the year. Only one? From vibe coders? Only one? Psh, bump those numbers up. We gotta start hitting 10. We need one every month. Just to start. And then we could ramp it up to every week. That's what we need. That's exactly what we need. Which company was that? I think I heard about that, but I don't remember. There's also like the fake, those medical companies too. That just completely fake, just completely made up their own research. No, he's not dumb that he thinks his LLM is gonna figure everything out. He's so smart that he's tricked everyone into giving him so much money over something that is clearly not that. And also we have like, also if you think about like 5 years ago, from 2020 till now, like AI went from like nothing to like what it is now is actually insane capabilities, but people just kept raising the expectations and expectations higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher, that now people look at it and be like, yeah, it's not that good, but it's actually still incredibly impressive. It's just not like human conscious as what people are trying to scare people with. Anyway, so why? Okay, what else? Easier to, okay, fragment. Finally, some advanced security features like CSP report only mode are only supported when using meta tags. Okay, that makes sense. When enabled, Page Shield's client-side resource monitoring uses a content security policy report only HTTP header to gather information about all scripts running on your application. By default, reports are sent to Cloudflare-owned endpoint. Actually, I should read all of the documentation for this. I don't know why I haven't done that. That's like the first thing. I guess I just haven't gotten to it because I never finished my website yet, I guess. Well, okay, whatever. Sending reports. Okay, I don't like that. Enterprise customers with paid add-on can change the reporting endpoints so that CSP reports are sent to the same host names. Configure the reporting endpoint. I don't want to do that. Connection targets. Turn off client-side resource monitoring. I don't want to turn it off. I just want to edit it. Login called for dashboard, select your account, go to security settings and client-side abuse. Continuous script monitoring. Oh, okay, that's what that is. Turning off client-side resource monitoring will not turn off policies. Oh, where are the policies? Security rules. Ah, okay. I see. Well, I'm not going to add the rules because this is not even working right now. And I'll show you what's going on here. So let me just like refresh everything. Well, actually no. Dude, you're like sending me like retarded stuff, dude. You need to not send me retarded stuff. I know that Cloudflare can set up CSPs. I'm testing my CSP before I add it, because I'm not gonna apply something that's gonna brick my site and then, you know. So I'm not gonna be doing that. That's for sure. Alright, so I got style source self clearly is going to work. Okay, I want to set up a strict content security policy where I want to load the actual, I gotta check the hash. So let me just set this to none, save that, refresh. Okay, breaks it because it's on none. Where is this? Style source. No. So let's go to here. I need to set. Where is it? Oh, here. Okay, let's use a hash with CSP. Let me read this because this is one way to allow the execution of inline scripts, but I don't want to do that. You can also use them on external scripts to allow them to execute. Content script policy, script source, this, okay. Why is my CSP hash not working? That is, are you gonna give me the answer? That's a great question. There are 3 common reasons why it might not be working. You are missing the single quotes around the hash. If your CSP header looks like this, you need to wrap single quotes, for example, like this, okay? Hash is not valid, that's the reason. You or someone changed your JavaScript code, making the hash invalid. You have to generate a new hash with the updated script. Okay, well I'm taking like the literal live environment. So, removing or adding white space will cause the hash to become invalid. Code reformatting, CDN, Cloudflare. Oh! For example, Cloudflare might be optimizing your HTML, removing white space inside your script tags, causing the hash to become invalid. You can work around this by removing all white space in the script ahead of time. I already do that. I think I already do that. Because what we do, we minify it anyway. That's what minifying is, right? Minify. What is minify? Minification is the process of removing unnecessary characters from source code such as white space comments and redundant code. Without alt, yeah, it's already being minified. Yeah, it's already being passed into minify, and then it's getting the fingerprint, and then it's adding that into the integrity check right here. Honestly, this is probably enough security. I probably don't need to do this, but I'm gonna need to do what I'm doing anyway for scripts when I enable that. When I eventually, inevitably, will enable scripts. For now, I have all scripts blocked. Either way, I can also apply this to styles. Your browser doesn't support CSP level 2. This is becoming less common now. All the major browsers support CSP level 3. SHA-256 supports hash of a script or style. So I can use it on styles. Allows an inline script or CSS to execute its hash matches the specified hash in its header. But also you can also set it to external JavaScript as well, not just inline. Right? Wait, hold on. You can use a CSP hash on external scripts or style sheets to allow them. Yeah. Now we can load jQuery, okay, whatever, based on its hash alone without adding code.jQuery to the CSP policy. Script source, this, integrity, here, cross-origin anonymous. Note the above example is also using sub-resource integrity or SRI to enforce the hash. You might find it duplicating to have it in both places, but it can serve a good way to document which hash is for which script. Okay, so this will do the same thing. Sub-resource integrity. Let's research. Sub-resource integrity. I had it actually on my list to research that. And I thought that that was maybe a separate thing. Sub-resource integrity, SRI, is a security feature that enables browsers to verify that resources they fetch, for example from a CDN, are delivered without unexpected manipulation. It works by allowing you to provide a cryptographic hash that a fetched resource must match. Note, for sub-resource integrity verification of a resource served from an origin other than the document in which it's embedded, browsers additionally check the resource using CORS, cross-origin resource sharing, to ensure the origin server serving the resource allows it to be shared with, okay? Websites sometimes choose to rely on third parties, such as CDNs, to host some of their resources rather than self-host all their resources. For example, a document served from might include a resource from another location, such as script.not the example, okay? This comes with a risk that if an attacker gains control of the third-party host, attacker can inject arbitrary malicious content into its files, or replace the files completely, and thus can also potentially attack sites that fetch files from it. Sub-resource integrity enables you to mitigate some risks of attacks such as this by ensuring that the files your web application or web document fetches have been delivered without an attacker having injected any additional content into those files, and without any other changes of any kind at all having been made to those files. Because if you have the hash of your expected file, then it either is going to match what you're expecting to get, and if it doesn't, then it'll be rejected, which is very much more secure. Using it, okay, you can use sub-resource integrity feature by specifying a base 64 encoded cryptographic hash of a resource file you are telling the browser to fetch, and the value of the integrity attribute of a script element or a link element with rel, forgot what rel stands for, rel style sheet, rel preload, or rel preload or module preload. An integrity value begins with at least one string, with each string including a prefix indicating a particular hash algorithm, followed by a dash, and ending with the actual base 64 encoded hash. Oh, maybe I have to encode it in base 64 and then hash it? It still doesn't make any sense because I literally have the hash that it's giving me. Note, an integrity value may contain multiple hashes separated by white space. A resource will be loaded if it matches one of those hashes. Integrity string with base 64 encoded SHA-384 hash looks like this, okay? So, this is the hash part, and the prefix indicates that the SHA-384 hash. An integrity value's hash part is, strictly speaking, a cryptographic digest formed by applying a particular hash function to some input, for example a script or style sheet file, but it's common to use the shorthand hash to mean cryptographic digest, so that's what's used in this article. Tools for generating SRI hashes. SRI hash generator is an online tool you can use to generate SRI hashes. Is this doing... Am I going to get the same hash? Enter the URL resource you wish to use. 256. Base 64. Oh, pipe it into a base 64. I can use this. Okay, I'm gonna do this. What is a sub-resource integrity? SRI is a new W3C specification that allows web developers to ensure resources hosted on third-party servers have not been tampered with. Use of SRI is recommended as a best practice whenever libraries are loaded from a third-party source. How is sub-resource integrity different to HTTPS? TLS ensures that the connection between the browser and server is secure. Resource itself may still be modified server-side by an attacker to include malicious content, yet still be served with valid TLS certificate. SRI, on the other hand, guarantees that a resource hasn't changed since it was hashed by a web author. How can I generate integrity hashes? Use the generator above or the following shell command. Okay, I'm using the shell command. And I'm gonna do right here. Okay. So I'm gonna use OpenSSL because for some reason the built-in SHA-256 algorithm is not giving me what I need, or is just not working. DGST, so OpenSSL digest dash SHA-256 dash binary, and the file name, so that the location is in assets/css/main.css. Okay, and then we're going to pipe that into an open SSL. We're going to base 64 encode it. Base 64 dash A. What does dash A do? I don't know. Enter. Okay, what am I getting? Okay, I have a completely different hash now. Entirely different hash. Okay, this is promising. This is very promising. I have an entirely different hash. Oh wait, I didn't minify it. This is not gonna work. I need to minify it. Hold up. Oh, I have the minified file here. Okay, let me I have the minified file, so let me do this instead. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Okay, now I get this. Copy. Okay, let me check. What are they including here? Is this? Oh, it's the same hash. It's the same hash. Okay. But I just copied the hash from there and it didn't work, so clearly it's not the same hash. SHA-256. No, SHA-256 dash, and then put the digest here. Save. Not working. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, something's wrong here. How is it invalid? Look, it's literally in here. I should copy it and it should just work. That doesn't make any sense why this is not working. It's the same exact thing. doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense, bro. Dude, someone needs to help me with this, bro. How is it not? It's in code. In code, I'm generating the integrity right here. Right here, passing the fingerprint, which generates a hash. Injects it right here into integrity. So this is literally it. And even though this is at build, that's being generated at build time, and you want to say, oh, something about the hosting is changing it. Clutch. What am I saying? I lost track of my thought. Oh yeah, the build time. So even though that's being generated build time, you want to say, okay, maybe it's modified sometime, blah 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 blah, blah in the house hosting or blah 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 blah. I'm working on the live served style sheet, so I'm grabbing that. I literally downloaded a file of that, regardless of build time. Regardless of build time. So I have. What could it be, bro? What's the URL? Copy link address. Hash it. Give it to me. I already have that. Oh, this is literally what I have. Okay. Why do I need to include cross-origin anonymous? When the request is not the same origin, the cross-origin attribute must be present to check the integrity of the file. Without a cross-origin attribute, the browser will choose to fail open, which means it will load the resource as if the integrity attribute was not set, effectively losing all the security SRI brings in the first place. Cross-origin anonymous results that no credentials are sent to the cross-origin site hosting the content. However, it will send an origin HTTP header. If the server denies including the resource but not setting the access control allow origin HTTP header, the resource will not be used by the browser. You can find more information on MDM. What a nice site. I'm gonna save this. I just keep adding to cyber tools. No. Okay. That makes sense, but I want to understand how is CSP and SRI related? How are they related? Not is. What am I saying? So they're complementary. So whitelisting the hash is the CSP. Integrity verification is the SRI. I'm gonna jot that down. What a good thing to note. Integrated sub-resource integrity checks on served CSS style sheets. Where is this? CSP versus SRI. CSP and SRI are similar, related concepts, but do not achieve the same purpose. They should be used in they should be used in a complementary they are complementary methods. CSP equals whitelisting. SRI equals integrity verification. allow X resource to load on site verify fetched resource is what is expected. How are they the same? Both use cryptographic digests or hashes to ensure both use cryptographic hashes to implement or to verify the resource. How are they different? CSP is whitelisting. Specifies what resources are allowed to load on a site by verifying it against the stored hash. Site sub-resource integrity is integrity verification, verifying that the fetched resource is what is expected. So they're very similar. Both are very similar. They're very similar. CSP disallows the execution of scripts other than the sources, including inline script tags, dynamically loaded scripts, and content that would be executed by dangerous functions such as evaluation. By itself, SRI provides the ability to selectively validate the integrity of individual scripts. However, scripts that are loaded without integrity attribute set will execute as normal without integrity controls. CSP can prevent this. In addition, CSP can operate in two modes: enforce and report only. Require SRI4 directive? There's an elective for that? Or directive for that? Where is that? Default source, script source, style, image, connect, font, object, media, frame, sandbox, report URI, child source, form action, frame ancestors, plugin types, base URI, report to, worker source, manifest source, prefetch source, navigate to, require trusted types for, trusted types, upgrade insecure requests, block all mixed content. Oh, is this what it is? Did they change the name? The require trusted types for content security policy directive instructs the browser to require the use of trusted types when passing a string to unsafe DOM sync. No, this is something different. I'm getting so close to completing this. Is there no, is it hallucinating this? Straight up hallucinating? This is way too bright, bro. Okay. It's not even a directive. Is considered obsolete. Okay. Honestly, at the end of the day, doing a hash of the CSS styles doesn't make too much sense because it's going to change a lot, which means I'd have to change the hash a lot. Other than the implemented syntax highlighting, that I can hash, and I should. The CSS is going to change often, so it would be a pain to hash that, I think. But I want to be able to say implemented not just a content security policy, but a strict content security policy. I want to be able to say that. So I want to hash, well, okay, so it doesn't mean I'm going to hash it, but that means I'm going to have to, that means I'm going to have to use a nonce. Okay. Well, but at least I can add that I've also added a SRI. So this is the SRI, sub-resource integrity check, where this is basically the adding a link tag to obviously link your style sheet into the head data. All of this is basically just a templating engine for HTML, for Hugo, for Go templating, but basically it's just serving this link tag that then gets placed into the main file, the head of the document. But anyway, so it's a style sheet, and then the reference is just the link. So this can be /main/CSS or whatever, this one here anyway, right? Okay, so the integrity, this is the important part. It's grabbing the resource css/main.css, piping it into minify, which is going to erase all the dead space and comments and whatnot. It minifies the file. Then it passes it in through a method called fingerprint, which is basically taking a SHA-256 hash, but not just the SHA-256 hash, it's actually also base 64 encoding it, and then taking the hash. Wait, no, base 64 encoding after the hash? I don't know. I don't really know what base 64 encoding is. I just know it's encoding to make it whatever. And then it's putting it in here, and then it's serving this. And also, you have to ensure you have cross-origin anonymous on. Okay. So that's what that's doing. And so it's doing this at build. It's doing this at build time. And so, essentially, I'm gonna want to do this if I ever add a script. Actually, that's probably already implemented. Is there JavaScript? There is. What does JavaScript look like? Resources get main.js. I think I deleted main.js. No, I didn't. Where is it? Assets.js. Console.log. Okay. There's a file here. I'm just not including it in head because I don't want to actually serve it. I don't want JavaScript. So I removed it from head, but then also I just added a content security policy as none for scripting, so no scripts allowed. Okay. What else is in here? Because I haven't looked at this at all. Okay. Create a variable called ops, which is probably options, is equal to dict. I don't know what dict is. Minify, not. So if it's Hugo is development, true, then minify. So if it's not true, source map, target path, with dot current context pipe into js.build with options. If Hugo is development, script source the link, else. Oh, he's just, I don't know why he's doing it this way for this and then this way for this. He's doing it two different ways. But that's because this needs a target path. Okay, well maybe this is a little different. Okay, that's because because he needs to pass options in here. Okay. So if it's a development site, just serve it like this. But if it's else if it's actual hosted version, then you'll take it, which is already pre-minified, pipe it into fingerprint, and then you can put that fingerprint here, the output. And then what is this? Source cdn.js deliver.net npm mermaid dist mermaid.min.js. What the heck is mermaid? Where did that go? I know I saw mermaid somewhere. Shortcodes is a shortcode. Mermaid. Mermaid align. What is mermaid? Oh, I looked it up. Mermaid.js. Diagramming and charting tool. Yeah. Dang, I can diagram and chart based off of markdown. Wait, actually that's kind of good. I should enable this. Well, okay, I'm not actually, I don't have any use for it, so maybe I shouldn't. But if I do have to enable it, then I'm gonna have to actually implement strict CSP, which then I'll have to hash the file. But it's generating the hash at build time. I should have exactly it. It should be working. This is insane. I have it's checking the hash against itself. How is it not working? Dang. All this work I did to set this up, and now I can just delete it because there's no reason to have this set here anymore. I'm not even going to delete. I'm just going to comment it out, but dang, that's tough. That is tough. Okay. Well, I still need to do a whitelisting. And it's not working. Look, I literally have it here. It's literally the same hash. Is this... Oh, this is the problem. You saying this? That's the problem. Actually, no. What am I saying? I'm not going to whitelist it. Because it's going to... The CSS I'm going to be changing a lot. I already know for sure. The scripts I probably will not be. Fine. Fine. I'll leave it out. I'm just going to move on with my life. I'm going to move on with my life. I'm not even going to worry about it. But I do have to implement the CSP into response headers now. I also set a referrer policy. Can I set that server side also? Okay, I can close this. What is this? I can close this. I can close this. I'm gonna keep this open. Keep this open. And I'm gonna finish watching this. What else can I close? Close this. CSPs, I can close this. Source code, I can close this. This is the build time stuff. I'm not even gonna be testing here actually. Close this, that's localhost. Don't need this. Bring this guy out over here. Okay. I gotta still... Actually, no, I don't care. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna have it set to self. Self is gonna be good enough. So... You're just gonna be self. Sorry. Sorry, you're just gonna be self. Save. Refresh. Bam. What else is in here? Default source, none. Script source, none. Style source, self. Everything else, self. Okay, good. Let's see, what am I getting? Nothing. No errors. Nice. This is an error because an extension of mine is trying to inject JavaScript, and I have JavaScript, no JavaScript allowed whatsoever on my website. So it's blocking it. So that's why it says error, but this is good. So this is great. All right, let's keep going because this guy is now going to start getting into some good stuff.
So we wanted to prevent XSS, but it turns out sometimes, or actually a lot of times, to be really hard. Mostly due to inline scripts, because there could be legacy code or frameworks that are inserting, even dynamic inline scripts. Could be a nightmare. And you have a lot of third-party code which is not CSP compliant. There could also be eval in all of these types of code. You could have some really bad sources, just the sheer number or the trustworthiness. And you can have client content, which yeah, you want your clients to write arbitrary scripts, it's maybe not the best idea. And then you have your public web page, typically done by the marketing department. They have some CMS like WordPress, a ton of plugins. None of that stuff is really CSP compliant. Top of that, they have, of course, like Google Analytics or some other analytics and trackers and yeah, whatnot. And trying to make a strict CSP top of that. I've tried a few times. It's just not possible. So I talked to these guys here from Tina CMS today. Wanted to check how their CMS is. And it was pretty much the same experience as we saw with the NDC security webpage. I think it's possible. I think they even put it on the backlog. So if you want security, go somewhere else than the marketing department, because people say like you can't, like you have to choose between usability and security. I think it's really marketing or security, because like they're never in their specifications to like have secure products. Sometimes also, but also it can be easy. If you have a single page application which isn't doing a lot of crazy stuff and it's built with a modern framework, then it can be really easy. But it can also be hard if there suddenly is like some payment page or whatever, because you only have one CSP, so you can't have like different CSP for different pages because it's a single page application. So it's like all the same thing, all the same CSP. The other easy way is to have a content security policy from day one. I did this with the project. I was working with this in this development team. It was really my only contribution because I was doing so much in security instead. And this was also security, of course. But it's still there. The developers, if you get the developers to respect your policy and work with it and not just tear it down once they run into some troubles with it, yeah, it might survive and actually save you from cross-site scripting. So I've been talking about the strict CSP and strict on cross-site scripting. What else do we need to do to be strict in general? Well, first of all, object source can run scripts. You're likely not doing it, so just set it to none, for instance, or self if you don't use none. You're likely not doing it, so just set in general. Well, first of all, object source can run scripts. You're likely not doing it, so just set it to none, for instance. Or self if you don't use none or self, like get that script into some safe place and run it from there. Style source, already mentioned that it's similar to script source in a lot of ways, but it's less powerful. So it's like good to do it. Base URI, you're probably not using it, so I don't restrict it so that you can't load the relative URLs from some other host.
I should be adding it in here. What am I doing? Let me add it to here so I can test the content security policy. Default source none, image source self, script source none. I want to do image. Hold on, I don't like the order of this. Default first, okay, then go to script, then go to style, then go to images. Image source self is okay. So none, self, font source self is okay. Connect source self is okay. Object source, object source none. Base dash URI also none. Frame ancestors.
Host. Default source, that's where everything falls back. So if you want to prevent exfiltration in general, better implement it. And you can do as I did, start out with default source none or default source self. And then also the one, like this is where people start. They implement frame ancestors to prevent clickjacking. or restrict framing as it can also be called. This is the same thing as X-frame options, which you probably know. This one is just more flexible because you can add hosts. You can say that, well, there's a lot of sources that can actually frame this page.
Okay. Should I do none? None for now, and we'll test it. If I need it for self, then I'll do self, I suppose, but I'll default to none. Actually, I already had default none, and it loaded, so all of these are already, now I'm just setting them explicitly now.
And now we're over in the gotcha section. So on the left we see frame ancestors. It's like, where can your page be embedded? So it's ancestors because that's the parent page. And this one has a fallback to X-frame options. If you don't implement it, it's X-frame options instead. If you have that, if you implement it, X-frame options is ignored. But people confuse frame ancestors and frame source. So frame source is about a source on your page. So something that you want to frame or want to block a possibility to frame. And this one has a fallback to default source.
Hold on, let me rewatch that.
Ancestors because that's the parent page. And this one has a fallback to X-frame options. If you don't implement it, it's X-frame options instead. If you have that, if you implement it, X-frame options is ignored.
I see. Inverse of each other.
But people confuse frame ancestors and frame source. So frame source is about a source on your page. So something that you want to frame or want to block a possibility to frame. And this one has a fallback to default source. CSP sometimes gets confused with other headers. And yeah, for framing, it's the same thing pretty much, just more flexible in CSP. To prevent XSS, just mentioned, you need to restrict script source and object source. Some people will say, yeah, but we use XSS protection. Well, the problem with that one is it's dead in all relevant browsers. Like, yeah, IE is not relevant anymore. Forcing HTTPS, we can do that on the current page with upgrade insecure requests, or we can do it on the current host or domain with strict transport security.
I have enabled strict transport security, so we're good with that. Actually, I also have upgrade insecure requests. And I also have strict transport security, so I have both of them. Although this is still implemented via meta tag, so I want to put this into the response headers. So actually I can add that in here, probably in front here. Yeah, it goes in here. Upgrade insecure requests. Right? Yeah, it just goes in there. And I have another one. What's the other one? It's in, what is this? Where am I gonna look? In CSS head, no, CSP. Upgrade insecure requests and block all mixed content. Okay. Block all mixed content. Save. All right, we've updated this.
And we can also restrict data sharing, also on the current page in the browser.
Okay, so that's how it relates to CORS. Access control, allow origin. Connect.source restrict on page in browser, and then this is restricts on the server. Restrict data sharing for CORS. So I'm gonna have to implement this as well. So let me add that to the to-do list. Dang, my to-do list is getting complex. What is going on? Why is scrolling not working? I need to refactor this page before I move forward. Jeez. add CORS policy on server, add CSP on server. This is gonna go in line with these. Fix failed protocol guard security tests. Fix permissions policy. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm gonna move that up as well. Research whether the set, okay, this is already set, so I need to move this up to if I need to configure the settings on that, on HSTS. I've already verified that it's on. This is gonna be code. I should organize these into different categories. Anyway, this is gonna be for actual just like features. This is feature sets. Dang, I gotta implement a I gotta set up a Jira. I gotta set up Jira for this, bro. Let me set up some tickets because I gotta start categorizing these improvements and start documenting everything. Is Jira free? Can I do that for solo people? Jira. Is it free for just me? Give me that, baby. Oh, give me this. Oh, I'm making an account right now. Oh, I gotta move to Jira. We gotta get this going, baby. Enter my work email. Ooh, oh baby. Dude, Jira is goated. That's actually good software. Come on. Quick start, break down your work. Wait, why am I... Isn't there a GitHub thing? Can't you do this with GitHub? Isn't there... What is this? It's my homepage? Welcome to project. Built like a spreadsheet, project tables give you live canvas to filter, sort, and group issues and pull requests. Security, insight settings. Issues. No, maybe not. Oh, this is just different views. Okay, I'm not gonna do this. This is just gonna, this is not it right now. This is for a future time. That's a not right now thing. That's a not right now feature thing to do. So I just wanted to do this. CORS policy, restrict CORS policy.
Or we can regulate it with CORS headers on the server. So these are different, but they're kind of it's the same concept, but from different angles. Multiple policies is another gotcha, because there's a lot of people who want to enable a CSP, and in the process, they enable the default CSP and the one that they write themselves. Suddenly they have two policies. And it's the Swiss cheese model. All the content, or any content, needs to pass every single policy. If it fails on one of them, it's blocked. So for those implementing the default policy, it's typically very strict, and they try to add as many policies they can to allow something. Still doesn't work. Needs to pass every single one. There are use cases for multiple policies, and it's allowed and intended. So it's not like the last policy in the response. All of them will apply. Reporting. There are two reporting directives. It's report URI, where you set it to a URI or multiple URIs. And then you have report 2, which is where you just mention report endpoint. Now, if you look at the state of these, it doesn't look too good, that they're deprecated or not supported everywhere. Yeah, if you want to be supported everywhere, you can do both of them, because there's a fallback, so you'll only get one report. But you'll probably be safe with report URI for a few more years, I would think. This is what the report looks like. So this is the data you get. So first of all, it's a document URI, and this was like the original URL, not the one after all the redirects. In this case, ndecsecurity.com. We get some info about loading that page, no refer, status code 200. And then we get the source file. This is very often the same as the document URI. But in this case, the violation of our policy, one report. Yeah, if you want, but you'll probably like, so this is the data report URI for a few more years, I would think. This is what the report looks like. So this is the data you get. So first of all, it's a document URI, and this was like the original URL, not the one after all the redirects. In this case, ndcsecurity.com. We get some info about loading that page, no refer, status code 200. And then we get the source file. This is very often the same as the document URI. But in this case, the violation of our policy came when Google Tag Manager script was trying to do something. And it was trying to send or receive some data from Google's syndication.com. So that's what's blocked. Then we can see the original policy. That's also quite useful in case you have multiple policies, or in case you just updated your policy. You can see, is it the new or the old one? Is it still in the browser? Someone haven't reloaded. Then you get to know which directive. In CSP3, these values are the same, so there's like double information there. Disposition, is it enforced, or is it report only? And then you get some other neat information, line number and column number, to try to find where did it happen. Well, in our case, we could just see in the browser error, we could just click on the script. But if you get this from a user, it's really useful. You can also, in the relevant cases, get the script sample, the first 40 characters of the script or style, which lets you identify it quite easily. So I think reporting is great. On my blog, I just put out a piece about abusing CSP reporting, or being very creative, reporting on stuff which isn't related to CSP at all. But when you develop, you can get a lot of feedback. I try to tell people, you can put your policy out there. You can get all the violation reports. You can understand how your policy is doing. If there's anything we've forgotten, it has no risk. It's like, no, we can't do that. Well, you can. Only the users that open DevTools will see the errors. Nobody else will see anything. Everything will work just as before, but you will learn what happens when your policy is out there. You'll quickly learn about the problems if you monitor the reports. And same thing after you enforce the policy, you will know what's going on. Is there a problem? Do we need to fix anything? But of course, process. Who's going to monitor these reports? And what will the process be for changing code or policy if there is a real violation? Who's going to do that? So yeah, I still think reporting is great. There are some downsides, not to reporting, but there are some things you'll be missing. There are some directives that don't report anything. And then if you implement frame ancestors to find out who's framing us, my page is being framed somewhere. Sorry, privacy reasons, not telling you. Sorry. And then some corresponding parameters are also removed for privacy and security. So you'll get a lot of good feedback from the real users on what's going wrong. You only get what's going wrong when your app is there. But sometimes that's not your fault. And actually, you'll get a lot of noise. Sorry. So the top one that I've seen is the Facebook in-app browser. So if someone is viewing it, you're viewing your web page or app inside the Facebook browser, it's trying to load some scripts. And there are some people who don't like the font you chose. They want to have their font, apparently. And you typically get like 20 of them at the same time. Like someone tried to load the font. Fonts aren't like super security critical. But yeah, sometimes you may not want to like be flushed with font source reports. Translation services, I see them once in a while. And they're a bit interesting because there might be users that want to translate your page. And do you want to block that or not? Depends on your threat model. You might want to allow all the translation services that you see, because it could be useful for the users, and the security trade-off might be okay. You also see browser extensions, and you will see some sneaky stuff. People trying to modify your page. VPNs, malware, and even security products will try to do this. They'll inject stuff. And this is really interesting, but it's like noise. And some of the security products I've even seen tried to modify the policy, which is another very sneaky thing to do. So you'll get this noise, and you'll need to verify, is this due to the user and the user's environment, because they have like a extension that they installed, or they got some malware, or is it due to the app? So you might have to check it.
Actually, that's a good, hold on, that's a good thing. Can you, if the security policy is in a meta tag, you can just edit it from in here. Holy cow. Wait. Hold on. No. Edit attribute. Bruh. Hold up. So I put this to none. Oh, that doesn't do nothing. Refresh? No. Okay. I was about to say. Of course not. Okay. I don't know why I thought that. Yeah, you see, here's the strict transport security, so I have that set. Referrer policy. I don't have a referrer. I gotta set the referrer policy on the header side. And my cores is allowed to all, so that's no good. Okay, I gotta do a lot of hardening on the server side.
To check is like, okay, is this like 1% of the users visiting that page? Or
Not
is
just hardening, but privacy respecting, that's the hard part.
it like all of them? Also tells you a lot. So now I will show you how not to make a policy. This is a real policy. It's only two directives. It's default source and it's script source. And if you wonder what it is, the sixth line might give something away. This is Zoom. From March 2020, if you remember, we all had to start working remote and we all needed video conference services. So a lot of people started to use Zoom. And there were some security considerations that quickly came up and got a lot of attention. It was not the CSP, that was only for the very interested, but it was like the service in China and a few other things. But someone looked at the CSP and I was able to find it. Yeah, so there's a bit of China here as well, zoom.us.cn. So let's look at this policy, which is probably built in like the manner make things work. And oh, we're getting these violation reports. Something is going wrong when our users are using our page. Let's fix that by amending the policy. And okay, so if you look at the default source, what do they allow? Then this is like all the fetch directives except script source, like images, media, styles, fonts. Yeah, so they allow HTTPS, Safari extension, blob, data, and self. Now, what do they not allow? HTTP and WebSocket. Yeah, maybe a few other obscure things. That's probably not relevant. But then you have script source. So they start out really bad. They allow unsafe eval and unsafe inline, and yeah, I don't know if blob maybe not that bad, but unsafe eval and unsafe inline. Yeah, it's pretty much ineffective. They wouldn't need to write all the other things here. But let's look at it. So they have some Google services, likely because they're using Google Tag Manager. Yeah, so they probably need to add this. Now, this is perfectly normal if there's a public web page. So there's a lot of things that are normal on public web page because, yeah, no marketing. Yeah, they want to track everything. So I highlighted those that I think could be relevant to a public web page. Like down right is YouTube. They probably need to load the script from YouTube to run the embedded YouTube video. Zendesk. What else? Tracking.gtucrowd.com. Probably loading some scripts from JSDeliver and jQuery. Hotjar is a favorite one. Seen it a lot of times. Analytics services, trackers. So I don't know if all of these are on the page, but these are like normal, I would say. Like I've seen them on other like marketing web pages. And then wildcards for subdomains. A lot of those. There are something called subdomain takeover. There are risks with allowing a lot of subdomains. Yeah, I would rather list a number of different subdomains in script source. I would be more lazy in like an image or font or something like that, but for script, I would not do this. And then you have CDNs. Now, do you have control over what's in a CDN, a public one? Like, who can upload a script to Dropbox and make it load? There's no security in this. Okay, let's...
Bro, he's got unsafe eval and unsafe inline allowed? Bro, isn't that terrible?
move on. Likely a browser extension. I'm not totally sure, but I think so. And to be sure, they added it twice.
Yo, what is going on?
And they did the same with this security product, even right after each other. And then they have some other ones. Now, what are these for? I did some research into like similar reports at the same time, and I classified all of these as malicious. Like some of them you can go and look up, like 50million.club. Yeah, likely not a relevant source for really anyone. There are some things you could look at that would tell you this is malicious. You could try to download the script that was in the violation report, and sometimes you wouldn't be allowed to load it because they probably like snuck in some parameter or header or something that if you try to research this, you're not getting our script. Sorry. Like that was the first one, big red flag. Second one, you look at the script and you see they're trying to send data somewhere, but it's really hard to figure out because it's obfuscated. So you're obfuscating where you're trying to send data, or like the whole thing is just totally obfuscated. Yeah, malicious. Also tried with some of them to send them from one email provider to another one. And that script was blocked on the way as an email. Yeah, likely malicious. Yeah, they typically share IPs as well. So if you classify one or two of them as malicious, a few others can also easily be classified as malicious. So the point here is that when you're creating a CSP, it's not about like taking your page and then adjusting your CSP until the point where it matches your page. Like everything is allowed, even though it might look like that in my demo. When you're working with a CSP, the point is to make a strict CSP, and after that, what you might need to do is to make changes for your application or your website to work with that CSP. So that's the end. This is where you can take a picture if you want any of the resources.
Alright, I'm actually gonna document. This is gonna be so useful in the future. Why is Obsidian bugging, bro? What is going on? Why are you bugging? Okay. This has got everything here though. I thought I was muted the entire time. That's crazy. Dang. Oh, this is a big boy. This has got everything you need though. This is the one right here. I'm just gonna copy all of his references.
And I can take.
I already have this one. Let me order these better. Specification, reference. Here, reference is like the quick reference. I'm gonna do. We call this quick reference. What else do you have here? Report URI tools. I don't know what that is. Oops. Don't do that. Nice. Tools. What kind of tools do they have? Free tools. CSP Analyzer, CSP Builder, CSP Hash, Security Headers, SRI Hash. Nice. Save this one to my cyber tools. Dude, I'm gonna have to organize this. I'm adding so many cyber tools. PEM decoder. Oh, they have an SRI hasher too? Securityheaders.com. My SNCC. Wait, what? Scan your site? Oh, this is like the protocol guard thing. But this one might be better. Ooh, that was fast. D, look at that, we're no good. No good right now. I recently just, wait, I do have a referrer policy? Oh yeah, but it's not the one I want, but I have it. I have this. Do not have the content security policy. Well, I do, just not on the servers. Well, technically I kind of do, but it's probably saying no because it's not the server side configured one. It's the one I have. It's the meta tag one. So I'm gonna change that. Actually, it's already 10 o'clock, bro. Dude, but like I'm gonna forget everything tomorrow, so I gotta do it now. X-frame options permission. Okay, these ones I do have this. I don't know why this is question mark. I literally have this. This is the one I know I have and I verified. This one I'll turn on. I'll configure this because this is gonna be easy. This requires a little bit of research, so I'm just gonna save that for another time. This I have on the backlog of to do. Missing headers. So like these are the main ones. Warnings. Max age. Yeah. Okay. This is the one. Max age directive is too small. Minimum recommended value is 30 days. Okay. Then I'm gonna do this. Maybe. I don't know. I have to research. Actually, I already have this as a note. Let me see. What's my to-do? Here. Research what to set max age in HSTS. That's how I verified it. And I guess this is also another way to verify. And this is telling me specifically what I should edit to minimum. Raw headers. Port 2. This is actually better. Upcoming headers. I gotta do a CORS policy also. Yeah, excellent feature. I also have I set the minimum TLS version to 1.3, but the other site that I was using to check that was not getting it. Access control allow origin. This is very lax CORS policy. Yeah, I gotta update this one. I didn't even set it. I haven't really even configured anything yet. I configured a couple stuff. Like I turned on HSTS. I'm new to Cloudflare. I couldn't find all this stuff. Okay, this is a pretty good site. I like this one. What is this? Site could be at risk. Let's promote deeper analysis. It's gonna cost money. Yeah, that's why I knew it. Whenever it's like it's not included here. This is pretty good though, honestly. What does this do? Hide. So this is the same thing as what's this other one? Protocol guard. It doesn't come up when I researched it. I don't know why. It's got bad SEO. Oh, I know why. It's because it's a different website. It's just called Protocol Guard. Who is it by? No, here. I've got this one. Oh, it is protocolguard.com. What on earth? Why is it not coming up, bro? It's literally protocolguard.com. You should be the first thing coming up. That's crazy. Performance configuration scanner. Okay, let me test this one now and clear the cache. What does this one tell me? HSTS header. But it doesn't tell me that, it doesn't give me the warning for the max age, so that's a problem, but it does check that I have it. Check CSP header. No CSP. X-frame options. XSS protection. Hold on. How do I do this? Okay, whatever. I'll just do it like this. This works. Let me compare which one's better. So okay, so this one's better on the HSTS, CSP both failed. Okay, X-frame options. This one also has it here. Tells me more about what it is. This tells me use it exposing to clickjacking. This one. Yeah, clickjacking, okay. XSS protection. This one doesn't say anything about that. X content type options. This one is here. This one doesn't really get, it just tells me what this is. What does it say here? Prevents browser from interpreting files as different. Oh yeah, I remember setting this or reading this, I think. Something about that, I think. Refer policy. It must be a default. No. There's a default refer policy that I don't like what it is. So I want to change this, but for some reason this passes. Well, refer policy is like privacy and sensitive stuff, and I want to enhance privacy. I want my thing to be, I'm maxing out my privacy as much as I can. Not my privacy, but my privacy for users who visit my site. As much as I can. Let me see, where is that? What is it called? Refer policy. It tells me what it is here. Yeah, this is what I have. I want no refer. HTTP public key pinning, HPKP. Oh wait, permissions policy. Yeah, I don't have that set yet. Don't have it set yet. Okay. HPKP. Nope. Cross origin resource sharing cores. I know it's hard for you to understand, David, but this is why I'm beating you in every single endeavor in life. It's because I go hard and you're weak. I can't even say that with a straight face, bro. You're weak. You're weak. You're not on my level. You're nowhere close. All you do is come in here and complain about how hard I'm going, while you don't go hard at all. You don't go hard at all. You've missed. I typed up the whole entire, look, I typed up a whole entire report, literally without even referencing anything. I just, like, from my head, from my brain. Anyway, okay, this one has actually a lot of stuff. This one also has SSL and TLS analysis, though this doesn't work because this is not supported. This is not supported. This is also not supported. This I support. Insecure SSL v2 support. I shouldn't be supporting any of this stuff, so I don't know what's going on here. Cipher suites to show. So actually, I'm gonna keep both of these. This is actually both really good. So let me take this, copy. Where was I? Here. Protocol. This is not even really just CSP, but well, okay, it's still related. I can add it here. Let's add that back in here. Oops. Okay, let's get rid of you. This one, I'm gonna. Nope. Here we go. Add this to tools. Hall of Shame. Yo, David, this is you. This is you. You're on the Hall of Shame, bro. You're on the Hall of Shame. I'm on the Hall of Fame. Dang, on it. It's got an A. I don't have a permissions policy. I need to get an A. Hold up. This guy has an A+. Lego? Look at these guys. This is what I'm talking about. This is gonna be me. This is gonna be me. I'm not stopping until I get this. This is gonna be me, 100%.
take questions.
This is actually a good, this is a good article. The real world, they don't have rewriting. Oh, eval. I'm looking for the wrong thing. What did I rewrite? What was I looking at? Rewriting eval 2. I don't understand why he's even got this. That's gonna come in handy probably in the, well, not for me, because I'm not using Google Tag Manager, but I'll take it just because. Bruh, how can I? OCR. Oh, yo, wait, I never actually used this before. Hold on. Let me see. Is this what I'm thinking it is? I don't have the menu bar icon? Okay. I should have that. Actually I shouldn't, because I have a shortcut for it. Oh, wait. Yeah, let me turn that off. I don't need it. I need to do this. Wait, I need to do this. What is this? Oh my goodness. Why is this app broken? This app, yo, my app is glitching. I can't use this anymore? Or is it because I'm recording also? That shouldn't be a problem. Dang. Why is the app broken? Why is this not working? This is a problem. It's not what I want. How do I... Oh. And how does it work now? I don't understand. How does this work? What is that doing? Whoa. Okay. Come on. You can do it. Yeah, dude. Yes. Yo, that's crazy. I don't know why this is not working though. My mouse is tweaking. It's not letting me move my mouse. Oh, I know what it is. It's yabai. It's yabai. It's yabai. Hold on 1 second. It's yabai. It's yabai. No, it's already on, off. It's already on off. Oh no, it's not yabai. That's a problem. Is it OBS? I'm gonna try it when I quit streaming. I'm gonna see if it still works. Dang. Dang. Okay. What did I just do? What on earth? Oh, what on? Oh, command enter takes me to full screen, whereas this just does that. Okay, I see. Okay, I completely did not know that I had that. I don't even know if that's your buy or just a Mac thing. Strict style source, question mark? Can you get pwned with? Ooh, this is what I'm doing right now. I should read this. I should totally read this. Okay, how can I get OCR? Hold on, I need to set like a shortcut to this thing. Oh, this is all in one capture. Capture area is 4. Capture full. Capture window. Capture previous era. Hold on, let me see if I can configure things here. That OCR is so useful. Why is this not a thing? Oh, here. And copy. Is this what it is? Is this OCR? 3. What should it be? No, that's not what I want. Capture type. It's probably a completely different section. This is screenshots. Exit. OCR. Capture text with line break, capture text without line breaks. Whatever. Give me that. Oh, I'm probably gonna have to end my stream actually. Dang. I'm gonna have to do this tomorrow. That sucks.
Yes.
You mentioned that you saw things that were modified, also secondary software that was modifying CSV on the client. Wasn't that some purpose?
So the question was, did you say that, or you mentioned that you saw security products? Yes, yeah. So just repeating your question, so it will be on the tape. Now I really got out of it. Security products. Did you say that they would also modify the CSV? Wouldn't that defeat the purpose? So this is actually something zscaler has done. At least that's how I interpreted it, because it seemed like it was actually changing it, because you get the policy in the violation report, and it seemed like it had inserted zscaler into every single directive. So it's kind of sneaky, and it defeats the purpose. I don't know why they need to do it that way. I don't really think you have security if that happens, because what if zscaler is hacked and they start to inject whatever? Yes, back there.
Are there any front-end frameworks, popular so to speak, that you know of that totally violates all CSV attempts? So you have to be unsafe everywhere.
So the question is, do I know about any front-end frameworks that like totally violates CSV? We have to like allow pretty much anything. Well, I think a lot of, especially old stuff, actually, it's a backend thing, like .NET, if you're really old versions, maybe it was just something in our code, but it seemed like the old .NET was just inserting some dynamics inline scripts. I could have been wrong there, but I don't know about any, but there are some that are just doing a lot of stuff like injecting a lot of inline styles, which is like how a lot of people have done it, like style attributes. They could work with class names. Instead, but they chose to like just add and remove attributes. I have no more details. Yes.
Any performance hits like for having a massive CSV for massive policy? Are there any performance issues or aspects?
So are there any performance issues with having a massive CSV? I think I'll need to ask Scott about that one.
The only thing I'd be worried about is the size of the data transfer. And if you're using H2, you get HVAC compression, so probably not the evaluation of quality combination.
So as Scott said, yeah, it's the data transfer. So it's probably doesn't take much longer in the browser. But of course, like what happens when your header gets very long? I actually had a case where I was emailing an updated header for our public web page, and the guy in IT was updating it. He or I accidentally cropped it. So a lot of things stopped working. And after that, I always put report URI at the very beginning of the CSV, not at the end, because it was also cropped off. So I didn't get any violation reports, which was of course stupid. So yeah, that's another one. Put reporting directives first, so in case that strange thing happens. Other questions? Okay. I don't need to hold you here anymore.
Alright, I'm gonna have to implement it tomorrow, but look at this. I have a good to-do list. Well, okay, hold on. I need to I also need to unreal. I need to No, what am I doing? Honestly, this works fine. Honestly, this is probably good enough. I probably do not need to create. I just need to organize this page better. That's all I need to do. I don't need a new thing. Okay, that's it for today. I gotta go. Maybe I'll do stuff tomorrow morning. I don't know though. If not, dang. Wait, I had to do something on Monday. What do I gotta do on Monday? A couple things, but I don't remember the thing. Anyway, time to go. Oh, I think I just closed VS Code. I don't know what changes I made, if any.